Now, who am I?
The apprenticeship must be completed before it's too late.
A black pawn. Master always allowed me to choose. And I always choose black.
Give it back. You are not ready. So make me ready. You risk everything. You understand nothing. You care for nothing.
Then you've taught me well.
I cannot teach one who will not learn. I cannot teach one who still will not be himself.
I'm sick of your riddles. I'm sick of your rules, old man.
You've never given me anything.
You've never given me anything.
I gave you the chance. You didn't. I gave you a chance to be anything. But first, you must want nothing. You must learn to become nothing.
Say it.
Nothing.
No, you're nothing. Master? No! No!
A visitor? A customer?
No, a new face, but familiar. All the same, perhaps they came to change their face here once before.
Yes, long ago when the shop bell still rang. All gone.
Yes.
Shh. We are so fragmented. All together now. Pardon our dust. We are not used to visitors, but you are welcome to the Maskmaker's shop. Somewhere amid the dust, an ancient and powerful mask is calling to you. See yourself. Synchronize with the mirror. The mirror!
Find the Master's mask. Face yourself. Face the truth. What's happening?
It responds to them.
At last.
There. Watch. Once, there was an old mask maker, the last master of a magical trade, owner of a renowned mask shop. Every year, his masks would transform the town. Children could play the monster beneath the bed. Lovers could discover themselves and each other. The old could be young and new, and the young could even seem wise. All only for a night, at carnival time. But amid the revels, the mask maker was alone. He feared that he would take his secret knowledge, the 3 ancient laws of carnival, with him to the grave. For fashions change, and humans find ever new ways to change themselves. And few wanted to learn the old secrets of paint and pasteboard. But hope wears all kinds of faces. One day, a boy with no name arrived at the shop. A boy from the streets, come looking to steal anything that would fit in his pockets or his mouth. A boy from a hard world who had already worn many masks. The old man offered him a choice: return to the streets, pockets empty, or stay and learn the craft of masks. The boy saw his chance. The old man saw a clean slate, a pure heart, who could become a great mask maker.
No!
The mirror has spoken.
Still broken, not ready.
You can already tell there is much more to this shop than meets the eye. Explore. Find the hidden door. Find the riddle.
They are not ready.
We must trust. The workshop awaits them.
They move near the workshop. Perhaps they can feel it.
Can they feel it? What happened here?
A white pawn. All the other pieces are missing.
Chess was the only recreation we permitted ourselves during the long days in the shop.
Many pieces of our memory are misplaced since he changed the rules.
You will find pieces of our memory along your quest.
Look around the shop. There is a riddle to open a secret door. You found it!
A Maskmaker's workshop is a dangerous place. Tread carefully.
The workshop, the last sanctuary of the Maskmaker's art. Everything here is yours, if you can prove yourself worthy of it. But first, you must craft a mask.
A humble place for such powerful magic.
Breathe it in. The paints, the paste, the wood.
Perhaps you will be able to get rid of the mice.
First, you need to find a plan or design for your mask, a blueprint. A first taste of your new power. Each blueprint like this allows you to craft one new mask. You will need to create many of them to master the art.
He's in the mask realm. Gone. Not coming back.
He was so proud. The realm took him. The mask took him.
He was lost.
He didn't know who he was, but he wanted everything.
Trust the blueprint. Place it on the carving bench. Now we need raw materials. From this, you can create a new self.
Raw materials have to stay firmly tightened. Otherwise, there can be no carving.
Yes. Now, trust the tools. The mask is there, within them.
Good. Let the chisel guide you.
That sound. It has been too long.
Excellent work. Now put the carving in its own special place on the main workbench.
The mask of the islands. To wear it, you must be open. You must defy isolation.
There, by adding paint, feathers, shells, and so on, this one base carving will be the source of many masks. You have learned a little of the Maskmaker's magic already. Now, follow the blueprint to the letter. Generations of Maskmakers have learned this craft before you, step by patient step.
Until he came along.
You'll use this dummy head to hold masks as you work on them. First, the color. Dip the plain mask into the paint. Your first mask. You have the power of the craft. Wear your new face. Find your way to the Maskmaker's realm. You must rebuild. Heal the land. The realm needs you.
I can almost...
Awake! Awake!
A new face, but a familiar mask. What are you, I wonder? Raw materials, that's what. After all, every master needs his. Welcome, apprentice. I am King Prospero. You must be looking for me. Has my fame spread so far? I am janitor, landlord, and supreme monarch of this humble realm. Yes, look around. It is beautiful, is it not? A little misty today, perhaps, but that is not so unusual in the far Feather Islands. Well, first lesson. Masks are the gateway to this place. If you take off that crude first attempt from your face, you will return to the workshop. Try taking off the mask now, and then come straight back.
They return.
Shh! They have met the king. For now, they must move forward on their own.
Good. There you are. Feels good, eh? You will frequently return to the workshop to make new masks in order to move through my world. Now, onwards. Let's start our journey. Go to the bridge. Whoops. Try not to break anything. I've just got the place the way I like it. Still and quiet. I admit these islands have a certain tumble-down charm. Now, are you feeling watched? Do you see that figure on the next island over? Do not worry. My subjects will not hurt you. In fact, he wears the next mask you must craft. You will need to take a closer look at the mask. Did you spot an old spyglass in the workshop?
They're back. They're looking for the spyglass.
The spyglass. A gift of seeing and being unseen.
This is a crucial tool for a Maskmaker.
You have found my faithful old spyglass. Keep that close. You will need it. A Maskmaker sees much more than they... Now, hold your breath for a second. Yes, got it. Each of my subjects bears a unique mask. That is the mask you must make. Don't bother to wave. Unlike us, they are nothing more than the mask. A blueprint. Now, that is a sight I've not seen since... The blueprint is your guide to make a new mask, and to help you remember the different designs. See, this has the same base mask as the one you wear now, but with two of those Whiteclasp shells on the top. You will find the components for your mask somewhere around here. Well, foraging for components is a vital part of an apprentice's training. Each mask is a part of the realm, so you will have to forage for components to build each new mask. Oh, did you feel that? Once you have found a new component for your masks, like this Whiteclasp shell, it will appear back in the workshop, ready for you to craft new masks and explore new areas. You only need to find a component once, and then the workshop will always have a ready supply. Such is the magic of the Maskmaker. You're welcome.
A new blueprint. How long has it been? The base is already there for you. On the bench, near the paint.
Now, craft a new mask, starting from a plain one. The first one will only be useful to come back to your first location. Remember, each mask has its own purpose.
Come, come. They have a mask to make. Ah, Whiteclasp shell.
Wear the mask. Learn the truth about yourself, but do not trust your eyes and ears.
There you are. That was, fast. Well, how does that new body feel? No, others are easily obtained. Oh, don't look so surprised. How do you think you entered this realm in the first place? Look back over at where you arrived. You may see the body you were wearing before. The strings cut. First, view them with your spyglass. Then, make their mask, and you can borrow into any of my subjects. It was awfully convenient when I first arrived. These days, it's the only way to get around. Now, find my next subject and possess it.
Follow my gestures and find me. My tower is close.
What was that? Something strange just happened. Oh, the statue is awakened? Well, maybe you are able to enter the towers then. Yes, hurry. Go find the 3 fragments of the ancient master's mask. They're scattered in the towers. Bring them to me at my castle, and with that raw material, we shall design a new mask fit for a true master. Together, of course. You'll find these elders' statues spread across the realm, just relics of the old ways. Ignore anything you see or hear when near them. Keep your mind on your apprenticeship. The people of this land used to cultivate shell pearls in that cave. You may find treasure lurking. Good. What a magnificent Whiteclasp pearl. Another component found. This is the start of a long journey of usefulness to your king. Can you see what this one wears? Use the spyglass controls to zoom in. This is the mask of the Far Feather Merchants. great traders and travelers. See, the mask requires 2 different components from different lands within my realm.
Now your apprenticeship truly begins.
The masks will grow more complex as you proceed. Forage for components and find my subjects wherever they have been left. Craft their masks, mask yourself wisely, and borrow into them to move through the world. Once this realm had another ruler, old, jealous, and unwilling to share. But now it is mine, and I grant you passage through it.
Use the lever to lower the panels of the map. It's time you saw the entire realm.
A piece of the machinery is missing. So much has been lost.
Once this was all well-tended machinery.
You should be able to repair it now.
He knew this could not stay hidden forever.
Well done! Now you can reach different areas throughout the realm.
New blueprints, new designs. You are ready for the next stage.
Two of the components you need will not be found around here. You will need to explore other parts of the realm. A mask maker must travel far and wide for components. You will have to explore other lands to find what you need. The Town Guardian. Time has not been kind. How long has it been since I last ventured from my castle? Two of the components you need will not be found around here. You will need to explore other parts of the realm.
A new face appears, a new land to explore.
A mask does not conceal. It is an open window. It reveals. It transforms.
It's time to expand your mask making. The masks always demand more variety. Every plain mask can also be expanded with wooden extensions to unlock new designs. A new face is revealed, and with it, new destinations are discovered.
The mask of the swamps. To wear it, you must be proud, love thyself, but do not allow vanity to take root. Already your power is growing, but beware the king's envy.
The Burlab Swamp, home to some of the rarest components, the most secret masks. Watch your footing, and don't breathe in too deep. It was so beautiful here once, but a foulness has taken root here, somehow. See the basket at his feet. This one wears the mask of a gatherer. The roots on the top of his mask are there to scare predators which once lurked in the swamps. Simple but effective. Twisted roots from the flintbriar tree. Poisonous, of course, but they're also used for medicines as well as masks. Another new body to test out. As you see, the power of the Maskmaker is very useful. A king must survey his realm, after all, especially since I first retreated to my castle and the bridges began to crumble, their bodies to grow still. An alchemist. They harvested the various poisonous products of the swamp for potion making. You'll need Irongrass shoots to make this mask. My swamp-dwelling subjects, the inhabitants of these swamps, were masters at creating dyes and medicines from the noxious effluvia of the swamp. They even traded with the people of the forest above. But their time is long past. A shoot of Irongrass, essential for masks of the forest and swamp, and it adds a little note of freshness besides.
Apprentice, close to the bench you will find wooden extensions. Add these to any mask to expand its possibilities. Try them out now. You are in the service of the mask. The riddle is to know what the mask expects from you at the moment you wear it.
Be careful. A mask always asks more questions than it answers.
The stink of corruption. A vast parasitic fungus took root in these swamps long ago, and now it has spread more even than I realized. I nearly had to turn back last time I visited these swamps, and now... Still, overcoming challenges is what apprenticeship is all about.
Follow my gestures and come to the tower. Find the truth.
Another of the Elders' statues, always been dormant, useless for me. Notes from the surgeons. My old master's sickness grew slowly, so slowly, that I barely noticed. Perhaps he masked it from me out of care. Love, even. But I was not ready when the mask fell. Good. Here you can mix potions. There are many recipes, but only one that helps clear a path through fungus growth. Let's get to work, potion maker. Ugh, that smell brings back memories. Of course, I always mixed all my potions correctly the first time. Quickly, apprentice, try again. I've seen this basket before. Anyway, this will come in handy. See, spikes of reed adorn his mask. Was this one a gatherer too? I don't remember anymore. My poor loyal subjects. That building there, that looks promising. The potion is some kind of fungicide. Have you looked at the recipe? Oh, smells like a bit of a mishmash, but I think this will be effective on the fungus. Now, we can breathe a little. Phragmites Australis. Don't be fooled. This humble reed, basis of many great designs, is also one of the most invasive and aggressive plants in the realm.
A beautiful design. refined by centuries of wisdom and knowledge of the swamp. Oh, so much has been lost.
These fungal spores are the root of the problem. It's from these that the parasite spreads its tendrils. Look how it has sucked the life from this tree. Don't worry if you... Ah, there's one less fungus. A good start. Oh, wait. The spores are regrowing. You must act quickly. Timber! You've beaten back the parasitic growth. It was so beautiful here, and then the spores of corruption began to thrive on all that beauty. The swamp can fight against this toxic invader. Ah, I feel lighter, don't you?
The king's story is incomplete. Come to the tower.
A beautiful mask. This is, or was, a tower guardian. The towers are silent now, of course, but the locals always reserved the most elaborate masks for their guardians. Of course it lacks true mastery, true craftsmanship. A theatre announcement. My old master did speciality work for the travelling players who would come to town, but he never allowed me to see their shows. He said their magic was different to ours. Well, naturally I snuck out to see, but hiding among the ropes backstage, I could only see the sweat and the wig strings, not the masked performance. Not until I saw the actors emerge afterwards and greet the audience did I understand. Their masks were worn beneath the skin, and they never took them off.
The Mask of the Mountains. To wear it, you must know thyself and fight against the shadow of oblivion. I can feel the power. Perhaps you shall be the one to heal the realm.
Ah, the Zephyr Peaks. When I first came here, the air was the clearest I had ever smelled, and the ringing of the chimes, the singing of the shepherds from mountain to mountain. Well, a king cannot play favourites, of course, and this should be a place for a clear mind, for solitude. I saw to that. The windmills still turn here mostly, but my children are helpless without instructions. You may need to patch a few things up on your journey. See those feathers on the top of his mask? This one is from the village in the valley below, I think. It must have been stuck here since I don't know how long. You'll need to find those feathers to craft your next new mask. The fine mask marks this one as a Tower Guardian. They hold no power since the towers went dark, but once they were spread throughout the realm, and always wore the most intricate masks. Crude things to a maskmaker's eye, of course. This windmill once moved the cable car, but looks like someone has started to repair it and left the place in disorder. Look around. There may be something to fix it. Our children never throw anything away. The fabulous Redheart birds migrate all across the realm, but they always manage to find the very highest, hardest and damn well-reached places to nest. Oh, I remember, Skate. A feather of the Redheart bird. At least, that's what I always called them. My predecessor didn't leave many clues. It seems the cogs are supposed to turn one way on the upper part and the opposite way below. Or is it the opposite? I'll find out where they belong. It seems the machine is missing some cogs. Try to find them and return them to their proper place. There's a lever. You need to hold it down. Success! Industry! The wheels of the world turn once more. Ah, but you have to keep holding the lever to turn the mechanism. A wooden dummy. A plaything given me by my old master, and containing about as much human feeling. He told me I would understand one day how a wooden face is the best friend to a maskmaker. I think the old fool had forgotten more about masks than he ever knew about children.
The mask is an imprint of the mind, of the emotions. Wear it, and it disguises you with truth.
A mask is a performance, and it expects you to play along. You must know what your mask needs you to be.
So, you passed the chasm. I'm reasonably impressed. You have potential indeed. I'll have to keep an eye on you. What are you up to? I see. Well, fly, little kite.
Honor my posture. Know thyself and fight against oblivion.
Here the weavers, shepherds, would trade their goods with the miners from deep below, but the cave mouth has been blocked for a long time. This village used to be full with movement, life and birdsong, but now, silence. Perhaps they too needed purpose. Breathe it in. These are the highest, but also the deepest places in my realm. The kites fly to the high peaks, while the shepherd villages nestle in the valleys below. And below that, beneath the mountain, well, we'll get to that. See those pearls? This was a weaver who could trade their goods for pearls from other lands. You shall have to find them. The most precious ingredient the swamp has to offer. This fragile Lilycrown flower. It seems that such beauty can only thrive here, in this hostile environment. Remind you of anyone? At last, You can create the mask of the Tower Guardian. They're just a dummy, like all the rest. There's nothing special about them anymore.
This was a guardian of the swamps before the corruption took hold. See its mask? This is the pinnacle of the Maskmaker's art.
There have been great civilizations that rose without the wheel, but all cultures find ways to mask their members.
Being a mask maker is not about making masks for yourself, believe me, apprentice. But by making masks for others, you can find their truths, and perhaps catch a glimpse of some of your own.
Masks are simple. They express their emotions directly, unlike humans.
That blasted tower. When I first came to this realm, there was a power here already. Old and frightened, it clung to the past, it clung to its power, and refused to share. I am unable to enter these towers. But then, well, that's what apprentices are for. A fragment of the ancient Master's mask is in that tower. Find it for me. Good. The tower allows you in. Faithful apprentice. Once in there, I cannot follow. Ascend the tower for me, find the fragment of the Master's mask, and ignore everything else. Got it?
It is good to see you again. The so-called king has his apprentice, eh? Remember, you are wearing other faces, but your path is your own to choose. Already you can tell that all is not what it seems, right? Good. Perhaps you do have some sense underneath that mask. These towers once linked the realm to the workshop, so it is here that the last of our power remains. Climb the tower. I am waiting. I can't promise you will like what I have to show you, apprentice, but I will not lie to you. In some ways, this place is the most dangerous in the kingdom, because here you must deny vanity. The king wants to keep you a faithful disciple and follow his footsteps, but you have more potential than he will tell you. So I have unlocked. There. You will no longer need to return to the workshop to choose a new mask. You can now change mask on the spot. Take up a mask and try borrowing into these two guardians to discover what you can do. We gave you the ability to shift mask on the spot. Use it. Good. Now, borrow into the other. Good. Now, ascend the tower. So, tell me everything about yourself. Oh, of course, you're in one of the, locals. Do not worry. They are empty automata, wood animated by the magic of this place. An ingenious way to allow you to access this realm when we thought it was cut off completely. Watch out for Splinter Cell. There you are. I can't see your true shape, but then I am not myself either. I am Neo, Mask of the Swamps. Mine is the first secret law of Carnival. Be proud, love thyself, but do not allow vanity to take root, lest you lose yourself in the masquerade. You met my siblings and I, poor fragments. But here at last, we can speak as we once were. We will not harm you, whatever the king has told you. Or maybe he prefers to keep us secret these days. He has tried to paint over all trace of his story. But even if you change a story's mask, the story stays the same, unlike people. You must remember a story you heard long ago in a distant place, a mask shop. Remember that you are not just a wooden dummy standing where he has put you. Remember, you are more than the mask. Now, get close to me and take off my mask. You will discover the truth.
So the master had his apprentice. The nameless boy grew up amid the paint pots and false faces of the mask shop. The boy learned fast. and he was gifted at the old techniques, tying feathers and mixing pigment and shaping wood. The master told the boy tales of the magical lands he had traveled through, searching for inspiration and components for his masks. Bright islands, deep forests, and high peaks. The boy dreamed of exploring these places for himself, discovering things the master had missed, and always his master promised, soon, when you are ready. The old master taught him the 3 secret laws of Carnival. The 3 laws which keep those who would create new faces from becoming lost in masquerade. Firstly, you must love thyself and deny vanity. Second, know thyself to escape oblivion. And third, be open and tolerant to defy isolation. But it seemed that for every wondrous story of the Maskmaker's craft, there was another rule the boy had to learn. Another rule that showed he was still not yet ready. The Maskmaker kept his secrets. He would not allow the boy to read his ancient blueprints, handed down from Maskmaker to Maskmaker, and the boy could never enter the master's secret workshop, where he created his finest masks. For it is dangerous to make new faces when you do not yet know your own. Frustrated with rules and riddles, the boy would run away pockets full, searching for what lay beneath his own mask.
You begin to see. The mask begins to slip. Now you must continue your journey. We 3 spirits are trapped in shop, weak and fragmented, where we were first broken apart. Only in these ancient towers can we enter the mask realm, where the king's power is weakest, and speak to you as we once were. Reach the other 2 towers. Speak to my siblings, learn the truth, and do not trust the king. You may now enter and leave the tower freely. Take off your mask and return to the workshop.
It is not you who creates the mask, but the mask who creates you.
Remember, you do not bring the mask to your face. You put yourself into the mask.
A mask cannot be owned, only borrowed, which, frankly, is very bad for business.
Just as a mask has an inner and outer face, it can disguise you from others, but beware, also from yourself. See those feathers? That is mountain craftsmanship, that is.
A mask does not conceal. It is an open window. It reveals. It transforms.
You are in the service of the mask. The riddle is to know what the mask expects from you at the moment you wear it.
There you are. What did you see? Did you find it? Ah, the first fragment of the Master's mask. Well done, apprentice. With the ancient mask as a base, we can create something grand and new together. How did you learn to do that? To switch masks outside the workshop? You are a quick study indeed. I can tell. I'm going to have to keep my eye on you.
Be careful. A mask always asks more questions than it answers.
A six-headed Stormberry. Well done. It's not easy to find. Usually we only find 2 or 3 heads. That's like 4-leaf clover times 3. Ah, the brackish but surprisingly edible Sunkelp. Used in fertility rites, believe it or not. This part of my realm has seen better days. Once my subjects kept every corner spick and span, but they were always moving, always changing beneath my hands. I only needed them to be still a moment, so I could work. Now, well, the realm's so quiet, but at least things stay where I put them. If I remember rightly, this village is known for having magnificent Seagrove corals inside the houses of its people. They used them as charms to avoid storms and give thanks for blessings from the sea. They were traders too. The sea is a generous master, but like a king, it can be too generous. They led simple lives here. Now they're all in my castle, grateful for my protection. Once, when I ran away, I was trying my luck shoe shining on the streets. But the poor folk were too poor, and the rich too clean. One day a family passed, all dressed in furs and silks, and beneath the fancy cloaks, mud-soaked shoes. But when I called out to them to offer them a shine, they drubbed me for my trouble, and called me insolent. People wear all kinds of masks. A fine Seagrove coral. Rather wasted in this simple cottage, wouldn't you say? It would look perfect on one of my dozen mantelpieces.
You will find answers at the tower.
This is the guardian of the archipelago tower. What's he doing here? He always stood by the entrance, day and night, silently, mockingly. How did he get to this side of the island? Did you know about this?
The last one, guardian of my tower, guardian of the archipelago. The mask is an imprint of the mind, of the emotions. Wear it, and it disguises you with truth.
Here the people crafted fishing boats, and the legends say even larger vessels to explore beyond the horizon. Legends, of course. These people hardly seem capable of exploration. Not without a king. Well, a boat is a useful thing, I suppose. But there's been no wind here in many years. I fear you've wasted your efforts once again. What's that sound? Where is that wind coming from? I've not felt it stir since I don't know when. Truly, the realm is responding to your touch, my apprentice. It draws you to the towers. Perhaps the kingdom senses my great design and urges you forward to find all 3 ancient fragments. But don't forget, you're in my realm. Yes, I know all about the whispering voices trapped in the towers. I can't stop you hearing them, but perhaps it suits me for now. Do you hear me, ancient ghosts? My realm! I took this kingdom from you once, and I will do it again. And you, apprentice, do not forget that we have a deal. I will keep it, even if you don't. Learn what you can from them. I will make use of it, one way or another.
I am weakened, and it is too early for you. Meet my siblings. They will help you restore my power.
At least that's an elder's statue in its right condition. Another fragment of the ancient master's mask is in that tower. Find it for me. The shepherds would graze their billygruffs here. See, space for pasture is so limited that they would create these systems of bridges to rotate their flocks and allow the fields to regrow. Complicated business. Or even a king, must admit. They're rather cute. But this little thing seems to have lost his flock. It's cut off by the bridge system. Oh, these herders and their bridges. But beware, Billygruffs are bad-tempered beasts. Stubborn as a mule, they never seem to go where they're supposed to go. I can't say I've missed these creatures since the realm grew quiet. But, their soft, tough hair is a craftsman's dream. The shearing house. Here the herders sheared the hardy billygruff hair for the weavers. Oh, a grimy, noisy business. But they wove everything from clothes to the kites up there in the sky. Oh, listen to the creature bleat. Find a way to bring it home, will you? A king must be able to harden his heart to his subjects' feeble entreaties. But still the bleating sound bothers me. Can't you bring it home? Oh, come to see Daddy, little Billy. So, the little creature wants to go in the shearing house. Oh, I always thought it was such a cruel business. Oh, no! What's happening? Maybe this is not the shearing house, but the slaughterhouse. Oh, God! What did you do, apprentice? Freshly shorn and feeling the air. Go then, find your parents, little Billygruff. You have served your king well. It seems in some cases a little haircut is no bad thing.
A mask is a performance, and it expects you to play along. You must know what your mask needs you to be.
A fine design, crafted with Billygruff hair. This was a herder. No surprise, it's taking a rest.
Once these shepherds would sing from mountaintop to mountaintop. See the decorations on its mask? It must have had the finest, clearest voice.
There was a burial place for the Billygruffs here. These animals were highly beloved.
Honor my posture, know thyself.
Billygruff horns, the last component we'll need. These old ones were used for strange rituals that are, thankfully, long past.
There have been great civilizations that rose without the wheel, but all cultures find ways to mask their members. You need to synchronize with our statues.
Once we have the 3 ancient Masters' mask pieces, they will form the base for a new grand royal mask for me. And perhaps one day for you.
So, you are here, at last, face to face, or near enough. I am Sir, Mask of the Mountains. Mine is the 2nd secret law of Carnival. Know thyself, and defy oblivion, lest you lose yourself in the masquerade. You have met my sibling, Mio, haven't you? Yes. Well, imagine being trapped in an old shop with him for longer than you can count, as the world moves on outside, and the shadows grow deeper. In any case, you have seen how the story began. Now it is time you learned how the beginning came to an end. Get close to me, take off my mask, and you will discover the truth.
Frustrated with rules and riddles, the boy would run away pockets full, searching for what lay beneath his own mask. But the boy always returned to the shop, to the promise of learning the craft, the power to change and yet not be changed. So, you've returned once again, apprentice, the master would say. Did you find what you were looking for beneath your mask? Are you ready to create masks instead of hiding behind them? But the boy would say nothing. But try as he might, and change as he did, the boy and the old man were masked from each other. Not this year, not the next, as the boy grew up amid the masks and flattering aristocrats flocked to buy the master's wares. The boy struggled at his bench and wondered when he would be allowed to show himself, until one night, when the boy noticed his master had left the workshop door ajar. And for the first time, the boy decided that he was ready.
You know a little more, but still have to learn to complete your apprenticeship. Go and meet our older sibling, Kabalash. His power is restored, and you can finally reach his tower. It's time to introduce yourself to the ritual.
Well done, apprentice. Another fragment of the ancient mask. Thank goodness you're here to explore these hidden places within the walls of my kingdom. Your skills are growing rapidly indeed, as if generations of mask makers were whispering you clues. You're fortunate to have such a master as me. I, of course, am self-taught. That is how I know the way to turn these ancient fragments into something new and powerful. So, remember your place.
You need to synchronize with our statues. So, you have met the king, or a shadow of him. You are his hands, his eyes in this world. Just as you borrow the bodies of his subjects, so his shadow controls you, drives you forward. But here, you are safe from him. Now, join me. Time is short. Once, this was a simple world, made up of simple cycles and created by ancient magic. A secret place of mindfulness where Maskmaker's visions could blossom, where they could hone their craft on its simple wooden subjects. The realm was passed down from master to apprentice for generations of Maskmakers, until he escaped here, remade it for his own purpose, and called himself the king. It is good to see you, my friend. I am Cabalash, and mine is the third secret law of Carnival. Be open, be tolerant, and defy isolation, lest you lose yourself in the masquerade. Together, we must liberate the king from this world. The only way is for you to heal the realm, complete the apprenticeship, and become the Maskmaker. Let's go deeper inside the mask and prepare you for the grand ritual. A ritual the king has never seen. It is a little early for you, granted, but needs must.
Open yourself. Follow my gestures. Become them.
You have done it. You are ready to remember deeper. I warn you, they are not happy memories. That is why they burrow so deep. But you must understand before you can face the king. Take off my mask, and you will discover the truth.
Until one night, tired of tests, sick of the face in the mirror, the nameless boy found the way to the master's secret workshop. In he crept. He found the hidden blueprints. So, this is what the old man had been hiding. This is what the boy was unready for. Why, he had all the answers already. So many different faces to choose from that the old man had kept all to himself. But most important, he found the master's mask, handed down from Maskmaker to Maskmaker. He had already seen the old master wearing it in the shop. But how many secrets could one so simple old piece of wood hold? When he saw himself in the workshop's mirror, he was transported. Inside the master's mask, he discovered a whole world full of inspiration. The boy began to explore in secret and to believe he had discovered a power the old master had never found, a freedom he had always been denied. Was this where the boy could finally surpass the master? When the boy finally emerged, the light of dawn peeking through the shutters, the mask seemed different, reflecting the ambition and the desire of a young man who could become so much more than a simple apprentice.
You have proven yourself, but you are still an apprentice. There can only be one mask maker in this realm, and the king is still on his throne. You must face him, and together you must face the truth. The Guardian still stands protecting the tower. Borrow its body, and you can move forward.
Welcome back, young initiate. You have new tools for your journey.
As you venture deeper into the mask realm, the workshop too is returning to life. New mask bases have appeared, and the mask maker's paintbrushes are waiting for you on the workbench, so that you can paint with precision.
Young apprentices would spend months and years simply in carving base masks. But clearly, the workshop believes you are ready for more.
Or perhaps the realm has even less time than we thought.
Once we tried to reach the king, to speak through the guardians to him, but he retreated from us. He broke the bridges. He abandoned his subjects on islands and outcrops and shrank back to his castle. He does not even remember a world where he is not king.
You have gathered all the ancient fragments, but the Master's mask is still broken, like the realm itself. Still not enough power to run it. Continue your journey, apprentice. Heal the realm like they ask you to do, whatever it means. As long as I get my royal mask in the end, make it happen, and perhaps I shall give you one of these lands when you are finished.
See asymmetry in the mask design. In the mask realm, this is a sign of tolerance and openness to other cultures. A fine mask from the Ashcan wetlands. Wetlands once, but now a desert.
Paint was always my favorite part.
The younger ones always prefer playing with colors, while older crafters find carving more refined.
Oh, we have got to get out of this place.
Being a mask maker is not about making masks for yourself, believe me, apprentice, but by making masks for others, you can find their truths, and perhaps catch a glimpse of some of your own.
Guardian has had a long vigil guarding this tower. Borrow its body to move onward.
Our Guardian still stands sentinel over the mines. Don't let its unfriendly expression put you off. It will help you to move forward.
Masks are simple. They express their emotions directly, unlike humans.
This is the Dappleberg. Something is wrong in the clothes. I can feel it. I can smell it. But I can't cannot see it. Perhaps you can find why it grows so twisted, but I doubt it. Did you see that? That damn bird? It stole the component we need. I should have eradicated them ages ago, if not for the feathers. The Redheart nests deep within the forest. You'll need to find its nest. That's where they keep the stuff they steal. These villagers were especially entwined with their trees, for it is from here that the wood for all of my subjects first came, long ago, when new ones were still made. They traded with the swamp folk, of course, and the treasures of the forest appeared on masks all over the realm. The mask of a wood gatherer, highly skilled. They would go deep into the lower parts of the forests and swamps, seeking only ancient wood that the forest was finished with. We're getting to the root of the problem here. This is the beating heart of the parasitic fungus. From here it spread to the swamp and was reaching its tendrils towards further lands. Finally, we can eradicate it. A bird hunter. Now we're getting somewhere. These would hunt Redheart nests for feathers and sometimes eggs, until the heart of the parasite completely blocked the way. A hunter-gatherer. They climb trees to get the seeds. This is where the tree tappers worked, harvesting sap from the treacle-leaf tree. This is precious stuff. Drips slowly and painstakingly for years, like tears of blood.
A joyful mask, one who lived and breathed the forest.
It is not you who creates the mask, but the mask who creates you.
These houses were great lookouts to observe courtship parades from all kind of wild birds. I remember sumptuous swirls of colors everywhere. Unfortunately, there's not much to observe these days. Here in the canopy is where we will find high briar seeds. A song seed from a highbriar tree. I remember these were also used for music.
Remember, you do not bring the mask to your face. You put yourself into the mask.
A mask cannot be owned, only borrowed, which, frankly, is very bad for business.
Just as a mask has an inner and outer face, it can disguise you from others, but beware, also from yourself.
A mask does not conceal. It is an open window. It reveals. It transforms.
You are in the service of the mask. The riddle is to know what the mask expects from you at the moment you wear it.
The Blueshard mines. How many hours I spent down there when I first came to the Mask realm, delving ever deeper for ever rarer gems. But be careful. Even a king treads carefully here. Decorations on these houses, all inspired by the mine workings. Look at those symbols. It seems that they are related to the way they were taking their shifts. It looks like the gate of a great treasure house, doesn't it? And there are treasures indeed down below. See the great lock on the gate? I knew the correct code from when the mine was still exploited, and now I don't anymore. But I'm sure you will work it out. I never had a good memory for those things, so I must have looked around for inspiration. Open sesame. Oh. Smell that! The smell of rock dust and the deep earth and Blueblood gems. Pachydiscus fossils are a common decoration for miners down here, but this one is a keeper. I've not been here well, it's been a long time. When I first came to my kingdom, I spent hours down in the deepest mines, seeking the finest gems to make the richest of masks. There's a cold and a dark down there unlike anywhere else, and I forgot myself for a time. But remember what you are about, and watch where you step. Can you see the blue light? That is our goal, where Blueblood gems were mined. But it seems the cart system is out of order. We must use it to go there.
Be careful. A mask always asks more questions than it answers.
The mask is an imprint of the mind, of the emotions. Wear it, and it disguises you with truth.
The Ashkan Desert. An older part of the realm, older even than my rule. Once this part of the realm was all shift and flow, flotsam and jetsam. There were networks of gates like these to try to shape the ever-changing flood, but when these lands came under my protection, I dammed the waters at the source. It takes a king to see the big picture. I see. There, I thought I was going to see some creative problem solving, but I suppose finding the actual handle will be just fine. Welcome, apprentice. What was once a shifting, uncertain, dangerous estuary is now settled, stable, safe. That is the power of a king. Siltcrystal, harvested from the brackish waters. Beautiful, perhaps, but that's a result of all the compressed sediments and impurities that the water introduces. This village. It's even more quiet than I remember. The land has become, somehow, fragile. Perhaps you opening the gates a little, perhaps a little water recirculating would perk the place up a bit. Apprentice, do you see the oasis and the giant tree on the horizon? There you'll find the means to bring a little water back to the land. Just a little, but keep it controlled, keep it safe. I command it. See, the mask, encrusted with Siltcrystal. This was the Gate Watcher, I believe, who surveyed all across the waterways. The water was filtered through the lower part of the system, then flowed to the other side and out to the river. But there should be water first. The filter guard, in charge of keeping water flowing without blockages. See the strange fossils on the mask?
A mask is a performance, and it expects you to play along. You must know what your mask needs you to be.
They're like a maze, these waterways. Can you see your fellow worker, the filter guard, below you? Troglomu shells. These fossils began to appear after the waters receded. The realm is ancient indeed. I wonder if these ancient creatures wore masks. The mask of a snake tamer. See the snake fangs on the ears, and the mesmerizing pattern.
There have been great civilizations that rose without the wheel, but all cultures find ways to mask their members.
Being a mask maker is not about making masks for yourself, believe me, apprentice. But by making masks for others, you can find their truths, and perhaps catch a glimpse of some of your own. Once, the skills of the snake tamers were in demand all across the realm.
It was dangerous work down here. Unexpected surges could wash you away, and the impurities in the water caused malaise. 2 workers would work in tandem, one down below and another supervising above. Now, what is this? Pipes? In my old master's shop, the plumbing was terrible, and it was always I who had to fix it. Oh, the stench. Even after so long in this realm, it brings tears to my eyes. Oh, how long has it been? You're making progress. And is it my imagination, or does the land feel a little more lively already? Remember, this is a system. Every part has a clear function, below and above, on the left and on the right, and you cannot do it alone. Yes! Oh, no. It seems there's not enough water upstream or something. There are 2 valves to activate the damned waters. If only you could be in 2 places at once, eh? Remember, this is a system. Every part has a clear function, below and above, on the left and on the right. And you cannot do it alone. You're out! You just go from strength to strength, don't you? Whoops. You're not hurt? That wasn't me, I swear. Well, in any case, it seems you won't be able to return to the maze. The snake was the spiritual guardian of this place, until it fell under my protection. And they had no need of such things. However, you will need snake fangs in order to proceed. The snake idol was decorated with real snake fangs. Rebuild the idol, and perhaps you will find some.
Masks are simple. They express their emotions directly.
Rebuild the idol. The pieces are scattered. Perhaps it will help you find some snake fangs. This snake looks a little messy, don't you think? Fang from a hooded Riversnake. Don't touch the point.
It is not you who creates the mask, but the mask who creates you.
Remember, you do not bring the mask to your face. You put yourself into the mask.
Take care where you step, apprentice. These sands are full of venomous snakes. The snake tamers lived apart from the community, but as you can see, they didn't lack for company, if you like snakes. You make a fine snake tamer. Bewitching melody, apprentice. I'm charmed as well. As you saw in the maze, here my subjects always worked in pairs. You need to find a way to open both valves at once. The water is at your command. Where will you send it? The water must return to the river. The water must escape the maze, just as you did. Try moving the valves to adjust the flow until the water reaches the end of the maze. Yes! Oh, no. It seems there's not enough water upstream or something. The water must return to the river. Feels like blood running into my veins again. I never thought you could do that, apprentice.
Life returns. You have opened the floodgates, escaped isolation, and perhaps, with your help, so too can the king.
Something is shifting in the kingdom. A kind of life is returning that I have not felt in a very long time. I will not forget this, apprentice. Thank you. Now, onwards. We still have a journey ahead of us. The finest, rarest component in this land, but with an unfortunate name. The Queen of the Marsh. Well, these were wetlands once, remember? Imagine, inside these tents, snake tamers, dancing snakes, and workers celebrating all together the spirits of the Delta at winter solstice. Bills. However many my old master managed to pay, there would always be more. Then the demands. Then the men would come and frighten the master and laugh at the masks. Once I ran away and followed them, but they laughed at me too.
There are the guardians from each of the lands, scattered as all things are.
A mask cannot be owned, only borrowed, which, frankly, is very bad for business.
Unnoticed for Carnival, Festival of the Maskmaker's Art. We would be busy for weeks beforehand, my old master and I. He would grumble about the modern masks and his 3 laws, but I saw him once standing in the shop door smiling at the procession as it went past. I had to run away to join the carnival, of course. And I don't think he saw me behind my animal mask as I ran past. But I saw him smiling. The Ironbark leaf. It's also used medicinally, but I don't recommend sampling it. They taste like wet flannel. It seems the fungal spores each has a different growing cycle. You'll have to act quickly and use all the guardians left around.
The patterns are inspired by the courtship plumage of the Redheart birds.
Just as a mask has an inner and outer face, It can disguise you from others, but beware, also from yourself.
A mask does not conceal. It is an open window. It reveals. It transforms.
Have to be strategic, coordinate, plan, if you want to beat the Parasite.
first, destroy all the vines in order to weaken the heart of the parasite. Use the fungicide. These people created the recipe, so there must be some around here. I can feel it. The disease at the heart of the groves is fading. I feel different. Well done, apprentice. I'm not sure how you did it. How did you do it? Well, I'm sure I would have figured it out sooner or later. We have reached the nest of the Redhearts, deep within the forest. Finally, we can retrieve what we came for from that thieving bird. Now I understand. This is a changeling bug, camouflaged to look like eggshell. The bugs must have stolen her egg right out of the nest. Perhaps she was only stealing from them in turn.
The corruption is receding. The forest could grow proud and tall. Now you have burnt out the parasite of vanity. The realm is healing.
You are in the service of the mask. The riddle is to know what the mask expects from you at the moment you wear it.
Nothing could be done alone. Here are the guardians from each of the lands, scattered as all things are.
a mine worker. Note the fossilized seashells on the side and bold color scheme for visibility.
The miners' gems were prized throughout the realm for mask making. Then, when the king came, they mined gems only for him. And when the king closed the mine, well, they were closed up too, with all the other outdated machines. Be careful. A mask always asks more questions than it answers.
How does that body feel? Those miner hands. Are they knotted and gnarled from work, or smooth as balsa? The steam regulator seems to be the one having a nice job, but regulating the furnace is a delicate task. Blueshard coal. Fuel for all those steam machines. Much of the coal they mined here was fed right back into the boilers for the mine works. The rest of the realm had no need of such industry, of course, but here it was in service of the king. All these workers striving for a single goal, to tear these gems from the earth for their king. True loyalty. Got a little rusty, but here you go. The stoker who kept the furnace ignited.
Extraordinary designs, even down here in the dark. And they also offer a great protection against the heat from the furnace. The furnace, the molten heart of the mines. It has been cold a long time. How long has it been? Good. I already feel the heat. Some parts of the mine are particularly dangerous, and people made offerings as charms every time before entering, in case they could be swallowed by the depths. Looks like a bone from a Thistlebear, perhaps. Thankfully, it looks like it's from a small specimen.
mask is an imprint of the mind, of the emotions. Wear it, and it disguises you with truth.
A mask is a performance, and it expects you to play along. You must know what your mask needs you to be.
The regulator worked here, managing the steam pressure for the machinery. One control releases pressure to stop overheating, the other is to maintain the heat in the furnace when you've hit the right temperature. Did you hear that? Something growl? No. Still, perhaps discretion is advised. Steam pumping through. Braziers are lit, the steam is rolling. I can feel it. Whatever you did down there, whatever I did down there, is healed a little, at least for now. You have done something that I could not do alone, apprentice. And you have, my thanks. Now, onwards.
A Blueblood Gem. The most precious resource in this part of the realm. Now you can make the mask.
As the light grows, the shadow flits away. It is always there. But when we know ourselves, then that is where the shadow stays, at the edge of the light.
There have been great civilizations that rose without the wheel, but all cultures find ways to mask their members.
You have done very well indeed, apprentice. You have earned a king's gratitude. But, a king's gratitude must have limits. When the land changes, when it responds to another's touch, perhaps the kingdom is readying itself for a new master. Perhaps that was your plan. But I am not finished. I'm still here. You are a worthy one, apprentice. There is no doubt. Now, come back to the towers. Maybe those bitter old ghosts trapped in there can help you one last time to fix the master's mask. Then, you will be rewarded. Hurry to my castle. I am anxious to see your true face.
You have traveled through the 6 lands of the realm, crafted all masks, and brought healing and balance. Now, join us for the grand ritual. Must be united in ritual in order to heal what the king, up in his high castle, allowed to die. But as you know now, nothing can be done alone. Openness, pride, self-knowledge, balance. Now we have a chance.
You're here at last.
You are here with us.
You are ready, apprentice.
This is the Maskmaker's grand ritual, the last step of apprenticeship. You have proven yourself, for the true Maskmaker does not create masks to conceal themselves, nor simply to become what they wish they were.
They must reveal themselves, and to reveal we must perform a dance together. A dance of masks. Through us, you will lose yourself to find what you can become. Synchronize with us to unify the fragments of the ancient mask. Let us move as one. Let us be one. What is broken can be mended. Let us see if you are a mask maker after all. Every move starts with a heartbeat until it becomes rhythm, until it becomes dance.
Let the music find you through the mask.
Follow our gestures. Follow our dance. Become our gestures. Become our dance. To become the mask. More rapidly now. Forget yourself to find yourself.
ritual has spoken. You are close to being a mask maker. Finally, the shards of the old master's mask, our mask, are united. Now you must remember. Remember a story from long ago in a distant place. A mask maker's workshop. Remember that night. And so, night after night, the boy crept into the workshop, took the master's mask, and escaped into a world where his imagination could free him from the workshop, from the master, from himself. At last, the mask. Take the mask. Take it. It is your right. At first, the old master thought the boy was gone. But then he stirred, and the master knew that he was merely reckless, insolent, definitely unteachable.
Give it back!
He had tried to teach him. He had. But in his life, the old master had traveled far and wide, seeking his magical components, and yet had hardly left his workshop. He only knew what a mask maker must be. He did not know what a child needs. He did not try to learn. He had failed the boy, and the boy had failed him. And now they stood, unmasked to each other. The boy had proven he was not ready, and yet the master knew that he kept the wrong secrets. In that moment, each hated the other, as they had come to hate the face in the mirror.
No, you're nothing! Master?
You're nothing.
No!
Nothing.
No!
Nothing! It is over. Escape, where no one can hurt you anymore. Some part of the boy flees out of the shop, out into the street, as he always had before. But some nameless part of him hides deeper still in the realm he had discovered. A wooden world in need of a wooden king, where he could stay petrified and invulnerable. Now you know the truth. And more important, you know the story. You are an apprentice no longer. At carnival time we can all choose who we want to be, and you can be the mask maker now, if you choose it. If you face the king, if you face my mistakes, and his, and yours, you can save him, save the realm. But you must face the reflection that lies in the castle.
Be sure you are finished in the realm. I do not know if you will be able to return to the workshop once you enter the castle.
The castle is closer than it seems for the mask maker.
Being a mask maker is not about making masks for yourself, believe me, apprentice. But by making masks for others, you can find their truths, and perhaps catch a glimpse of some of your own. The entrance to the castle is where your apprenticeship began. The same riddle.
Go. Your time is now. We are with you. We always were. What is broken can be mended.
There you are. Have you come to claim my kingdom? Are you a usurper? A rival? Or a face in a mirror? No. I do not want to see. I do not want to remember. I do not want that face anymore. But you are here. And you healed the realm for me, my apprentice. You didn't come here for my throne, did you? You think you know what I have done, what I have been? Just because you saw it through a pair of eye holes? Or have you been behind the mask with me all along? But I'm not ready to leave. It's not exactly cozy, is it? Lonely even. Is that what you think I feel? A king is never alone. You'll see, there's plenty of room for your dreams and ambitions. Something is sure. Since you're there, I feel warmer, more embodied. You may sometimes have regarded me as a little manipulative during your journey, but don't be fooled. We're much more alike than it seems to be. You're getting warmer. Let's figure out if you can perform the role until the final act. Come then, join me. I see you now. What we once were. Do you really think we can do that again? I have been king here a long time, and I'm afraid of what's out there, almost as much as what's in here. And how would we even escape?
Now, there is nothing more we can teach you. You must find yourself.
First, you must remove the ancient master's mask you're now wearing. This time you will remain here, don't worry. I stopped changing faces long ago, after I'd forgotten what lay underneath. No more riddles. Now, you are free to design. Mix the paints, and use the components you have found along your way. This mask must truly represent you. Free yourself. Free us. You're the creator now. Be who you must. Too many choices of who to be, eh? That was always my problem.
Save him from his prison of masks.
Show him the truth.
Save him from himself.
Hope you don't mind having an audience, do you? My courtesans are eager to see your skills at work.
Don't be distracted. These are poor souls stolen from the realm throughout the years. As empty as obedient.
Focus on your craft.
A Fang from the hooded Riversnake. We proved quite adept at charming snakes. Perhaps a second career. Horns of a Billygruff. Ah, it smells of mountain air. A lock of Billygruff hair. Ah, I will miss them.
You need to wear your own mask before you can become anything else.
Finally, you made it. This magic is all you. You have reached behind the mask. You are Prospero, the new Maskmaker. It took you a long time to find this place deep within. Finish your apprenticeship at last, and bring back the piece of yourself that was trapped here.
At last, the apprenticeship is finished. No more haunted voice in your head. Now you have healed the realm. You have given yourself a chance I never gave you. It is time to close the door on your past, on this world. The realm will survive, have no fear. Now they finally see you with your true face. You are their ruler no longer, because each of them is a part of you. In truth, they never needed a king, only a craftsman. Leave your master's mask behind. You will not need it here anymore. Yes, free at last. Let go, Prospero. Let go, Master.
Welcome home, old friend.
The kingdom is at peace, and you faced your reflection, made yourself whole.
All that you've learned will remain here in your heart and in this room. But outside, the real world is waiting.
Prospero! Open up your shop! Have you returned? We need masks!
No one knew why the Maskmaker suddenly returned to the town. His shop restocked with mysterious smells, fabulous dyes, and dazzling designs, both new and old. It was said the Maskmaker's craft could reveal your deepest hopes, whether you wanted it to or not. as though in his life he had studied all the faces of humanity and known them all. But humans find ever new ways to change themselves, and his masks mostly allowed people to become what they wished, or what they thought they wanted, and all only for a night at carnival time.